to do is we're going to review the audit. And do we have the auditors on? Aaron? No? Yeah, we was planning to be here.
We had said they would come here this meeting.
Yeah, we knew it was coming, but I don't know, I didn't know if he was gonna be here in person on Zoom, he's obviously not here.
I'll text him, but I thought he was coming here.
Okay, all right, so while we're waiting for the auditor, let's go to our first action item, which is approval of the school board minutes, 5/12/21, both public and non-public.
I move that we accept the school board meeting minutes from 5/12/21, public and non-public.
You have a second?
Second,
Okay, discussion?
I had a change. At line 67, I said that I would be interested in mask breaks in the building when social distancing can be maintained. At that point, Dr. Henson said she believes that mask breaks have been allowed, and that is when an audience member spoke up, saying that masks were worn in the hall.
All right, so Eric Elmerson said he would be in favor of mask breaks.
In the building when social distancing can be maintained.
Oh, yes? Yeah. Great, perfect timing. Okay, anything else?
Yes, the motion that I made down below on line 70, it was the same thing. Instead of when within 6 feet, I made a motion to allow students to remove their masks in the building when 6 feet can be maintained.
Okay, anything else?
Possibly in other, Erica, if you state that you would be attending or you would like to attend the graduation. I
Thank
thought,
you for, yeah,
I
that's,
saw that too.
I would like to attend if we're invited. Well, because we were wondering how many, if we were trying to keep the numbers low, if we would be invited.
So instead of would be attending, would like to,
Attend if possible.
if there was room,
Allowed.
I'd recommend. Didn't you say something about room, like
Like if there was, yes, if the parameters were allowed.
right to attend? Anything else? All right, let's go to a vote. All those in favor with the changes? Liz? Eric?
yes.
Erica?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yeah.
And Debbie, yes. And our auditor, I think, just walked in. Did you see him? Mike?
I did, yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good, yourself?
Good. Why don't you come on up and join us?
Sure. Would you like me to go?
We have some chairs over here, and then we have a microphone for you too.
That works.
This is Mike Campo, who's the auditor that we've been working with, and you know, Carter Van, Erica Helm, Eric Helm, new board member, and Liz Mason, new board member, and of course, your mother, right?
Good to see everybody. It's fine. All right, so what I figured I would do is go through a review of the highlights of the audit report, discuss some of the recommendations that we came up with. A few of the recommendations we have, I know you guys are in an interesting year where you're getting ready to be a standalone district. So the recommendations would carry forward to that as well. So to start with, if you have the audit report in front of you, I'm going to have you go to page 1 and 2. This represents ultimately the reason why you bring in my firm, Closing Examiners, or another independent auditor, is to have a professional CPA go through the financial statements and come to the conclusion of whether or not they're really stated in all material respects. Why is that important? Because that's how decision makers know they can rely on the financial statements. So I'm pleased to share with you that we did conclude that their financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, and we had no issues when it came to the legitimacy of the numbers. So with that, I'm going to take you to page 9. This is a breakdown of your general fund, revenues and expenditures, and how each did. It's a pretty high level document in terms of the level of detail you're going into. The next schedules I bring you to is going to be a little more detailed, but you can look and see how you did in terms of performance of budget to actual, and you'll see that you started the year at roughly $490,000, and you ended the year with $17,000. You can see where that change occurs. The revenues lined up pretty good. If you look at budget to actual, you actually only ended up $764 below the budget amount. However, if you go down to the bottom of the original final budget column, you'll see a line that says net change in fund balance, which is $492,603. Basically, what you guys did as a board last year is you returned to the taxpayers the fund balance from last year. So when you do that, what ultimately happens is you're not raising that through taxation. So you're taking your available fund balance and putting it to offset the tax rate. So when you see a big change in your fund balance like we have this year, more or less that was intended, is that you threw the entire fund balance back at it to make sure that you're keeping the tax base. And then expenditures, what I'm seeing here is what I'm seeing in a lot of districts is that the expenditures, COVID, it either hit a district hard or it didn't hit them at all. So I've had school districts that they've ended up with massive surpluses. I've had others where they just got completely depleted. It really was a case by case. It wasn't the case that one district's right amongst other, just the needs of one school district versus another. They change, they're different. So from there, I'm going to go back to page 36. So where I just had told you on the previous page, that was a high level, not much detail. Here I've got a revenue side report where we are going into a little more detail. So you can see overall how you did as a school district when you're comparing performance to the budget. And again, overall, I would say you did a fairly good job when your budget just came in short of $764. Going to page 37, same idea as that, but now we're on the expenditure side. So you can see that regular instruction was over by almost 100,000. However, special programs was under by about 70,000. And then your other programs are over by about 20. So you net to, when you're looking at instruction, about a $43,000 over budget. I'm sorry, under budget. It's been a long day. And then we're going to go to the following page, which is page 38. I like this because it really clearly demonstrates how your fund balance changed over the past year. So you can see, I mean, a slight difference between last year's audited fund balance and the amount used to reduce taxes, $2 difference in material. You come down to zero there, and then you see the performance of the year and how you end up at that 17,000.
So Mike, when it says increase in committed fund balance, that's, the committed means the money that the town voted to put in the trust funds.
Correct. In that case, what happens is because that occurs before the close of the fiscal year, we actually commit the fund balance. So you don't want to go and return money that's already spoken for. So under GASB, they have the 5 different categories of governmental fund balance. So committed falls into that category. The voters of the town voted to take 50,000 of unassigned fund balance and use that fund, in this case, it was a capital reserve fund. So that's what that 50,000 represents.
I think it was the two funds, the capital reserve
Yeah.
and super disposal.
So the other side of that would be is if next year you don't present a warrant article like that to your voters, that number would actually go the other direction to return it to unassigned fund balance. If you end up voting the same amount, you won't see any number there because the amount would stay consistent year over year.
If we returned our entire balance to the town, why is there a $17,000 difference?
I think that's from the savings when you look at the appropriations.
Okay.
So at the end of the year, you actually ended with probably 67,000 less than 50, gets you back to the 17. That's what's happening, is you had savings on the appropriations.
And just, I think, for people listening, our independent or our school district, we have not voted to hold back any other funds. So therefore, if we don't use them by June 30th, we must return them to the town. So that's why I'm wondering why we weren't able to keep that $17,000.
You don't keep the 17,000. What happens is when the tax rate's set for the school district in town next year, that's the number. We had talked about the 406 in the previous earlier schedule. So you're going to see that number used to reduce taxes next year. Any questions on the financial statements?
I do. Well, on page 37, no, sorry, it was the food service page. Where was that? Was that in here or was that in that other document?
Page 10 has food service stuff on it. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, page 10 would be the budget to actual comparison, similar to
Oh,
what
yes.
we reviewed for the general fund.
Okay, so when I look on page 10, we have a deficit, right? In the food revenue?
You do, yes.
Okay, so that's directly related to COVID because we did not have children in the building for 3 months.
Correct.
So we didn't have revenue for the food. I'm just wondering if we were able to get reimbursed for that.
Well-
Since it's obviously a loss, a deficit.
Yeah, we're on, and I'm sorry to talk over
You
you.
go right ahead.
I just attended last week a technical assistance meeting with the or school nutrition folks with Department of Education. And the schools are being compensated for actual meals served. And all meals are being compensated, not just those that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So, but I don't believe that they're going to reimburse loss. That may be something that we can use our next ESSER allocation to take care of.
I did notice that on the USDA quantities, budgeted amounts was originally 0, and it looks like we received 19,432. Is that,
Yeah.
was that part of that fund you're talking about?
Yeah, that's part of that credit.
Okay,
And we have to submit paperwork to them showing actual meals served. And we have to actually count them as the kids receive the food in real time.
And actually, when it comes to the USDA commodities, that's something you'd even notice on your prior year audit if it was a major fund. Essentially, what happens in the school districts in New Hampshire is they record the cost of shipping. What we then do is we get the value of the commodities received and we recognize it both as a revenue and expenditure. So you're grossing up your activity. Otherwise, it's netted out. You never recorded the actual value you received, this donation of sorts from the federal government, and then the cost to expend.
Some questions? The governance letter?
Let's go to the governance letter. And I did have a chance to talk to one of the members of the SAU audit committee, and they said that on a lot of these fronts, the big thing I've been coming here 2 or 3 years now, and each year I told you policies. She did share with me that across the districts, that the policies are in motion and that they're moving forward. So I did ask her, as you start to get these finalized, we'd be happy to look at them, make sure everything looks good before you go final.
And as we go through each one, I do have, I've looked up our policies too, so are you going to review all of these?
Yeah, so we'll start with fund balance policy. Essentially, when GASB 54 came out, it reclassified, I mentioned before, you have the 5 categories of fund balance. Fund balance policy should mirror that. So basically, the requirements of GASB 54 need to be in place for the fund balance policy. And really what it comes down to is, how do you spend fund balance by category as expenditures come up? So typically the practice is you spend the most restrictive first. So if you're going back to return the fund balance to the voters, the unassigned fund balance, you don't necessarily want to be using that first if there's a better category of fund balance to be drawing from. For example, you've got $50,000 committed fund balance, when you cut that check, it should come from that amount, it shouldn't come from unassigned. So that's the nature of the fund balance policy, is how it gets spent. And then further, we have some districts that do retain a portion of their fund balance. What is an appropriate amount for the government? And that's a question we get a lot of times. What should we be returning? Or what should we be keeping? What should we be returning? A lot more in towns because they don't have any obligation to return it. And my answer is it really depends on, one, the public, and two, the board, and then the considerations that management brings to you. So there isn't a quick answer. You say 7.5%. It really depends. It really does depend. There's no metric that works for every district in the state of New Hampshire. So those are the type of things that we are considering a fund balance elements that you want to consider.
So we have a fund balance policy, we just don't have those actual elements listed out.
And I think that's what you're going to find when we get to the next one as well with capital assets, because I remember in the meeting last year, your superintendent at the time was actually emailing me the fixed asset policy. The fixed asset policy just fails to meet the basic requirements. You know, what is the life of the capital asset? What is the criteria recognized as a capital asset? The depreciation methods.
Right. And if I could, some of these are identical to recommendations in the other two districts, either or both. And Mr. Waring and I have prepared specific action plans for those. And we would be glad to share that with Mr. Freeman and your new business manager if you'd like.
And there, one more quick point on capital assets. One thing we did notice, and it was consistent across all three districts, was there were items in there such as textbooks, uniforms, groups of computers that were being capitalized. One of the most important considerations of preparing a capital asset policy is making sure that the parameters that it sets are manageable. We find that in most of our districts, one of the last items that come in is the capital asset, because they have these elaborate or too wide span policies. For example, if you have groups of computers as a capital asset category, somebody should technically be going around the entire district and counting to make sure they all exist. We all know, I mean, nobody likes to hear it, but the chances that a laptop goes off is a lot more likely than a desktop. You know, so you need to be making sure that you're managing those items. So with the capital asset policy, one thing I do recommend for business offices is consider an element of how do you manage minor but sensitive items. So in this case, it would be the laptops. Instead of having the business office responsible for tracking down every laptop, put it on the IT department and say, hey, twice a year, we want an inventory of everything. We need you to go out, bring it to us, let us know. Also with laptops, if kids are using them, it's not all that unrealistic that something can get broken. You know, I have 3 daughters at home, and I can't tell you that an iPad lasts about 3 months in my house. Why we keep buying it, I couldn't tell you, but we do. So, I mean, just things to consider with the capital asset policy. So you're right, in these 2 cases, you do have them. What I'm saying is let's take it to the next step,
Okay.
especially where you guys are, where this district is going in on standalone. Let's get you the correct footing underneath you for success.
Okay, I just want to go back. It also said that it's not being maintained, so I'm looking at our capital asset policy. It does list the equipment and everything, but it says the school board delegates to the superintendent or his or designate responsibility to coordinate the compilation and preparation of all information necessary to implement this policy. So shouldn't that have been done? Shouldn't we have a list somewhere?
It should have been. This is part of the cleanup work that's been going on all year.
And I can speak to that. I believe, like I said, this is our 3rd year doing the audit. Prior to our taking over the audit, the previous audit firm was maintaining the capital asset listing on behalf of the school district. When we come in, when you look at non-attest services, us hosting your capital assets, and by hosting, basically maintaining them, presenting to management, having management approve them, that's a non-attest service. So that's something we have to document as well. And it really is, it's not an effective tool for a school district if they've got to contact their auditor or, you know, where do we stand on this? And frankly, we're not going in every month and updating it. We come in at the end of the year, we say, what are your additions, what are your deletions? We want to look at these assets. And we take that information and then scan your general ledger and try to make sure that we're getting everything. So this is really more of an efficiency thing that the responsibility should lie with the business department.
So did you receive for this particular audit a list of our assets?
I believe what we do is that we provide the list that we have, and then we review with management. And then we'll give them a copy, but we currently have the electronic copy, which is just an Excel document.
And part of the action plan that we're doing for the other two districts is to incorporate that so that going forward, it's actually being done at the district level. And I've also built for the new superintendent coming into SAU 44, a month-by-month spreadsheet that includes all of these duties and when they need to happen. And I'd be happy to share that. But Mr. Freeman probably could teach me how to do it. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Next comment, repeat comment from last year. It's the food service budget was not entered into the general ledger software. It's my opinion that having the budget in there helps you track performance throughout the year. Particularly in a year where you have an operating loss, if you have the budget in there, you can track it on a monthly basis, understanding that not every month is necessarily equal. For example, you operate maybe for a few days in August, to think that that's going to be 1/10 of your budget is unrealistic. Similar in November, we know that November tends to be a light school day. The operating budget for that month isn't equal to 1/10, it's probably a lot less than that. But if you go through and look at it over a 3 to 6 month period, you can kind of get a feel. If you're halfway through the year, you should be about halfway through your budget. That's a reasonable expectation. When you factor in the second half of the year, you've got 2 vacation weeks. So it kind of starts to neutralize out some of the ups and downs that you experience month to month. If you have that in there, it's important because you get to do 2 things. One, how are you trending on the expenditures? And 2, how are the revenues going? How is that? And then with that, I would also say that even monitoring the uncollected list, if you've got children who are receiving this and not paying for it, that technically shows up as a revenue because it's also being reported as a receivable. Whereas if I come in and I buy a chocolate milk, revenue cash is the entry. So that's actually, you have that money, tangible money there. So these types of metrics, having the budget in there and tracking it throughout the year is going to make that fund more efficient. And we all know that when you operate a food service fund in a school district, you're not doing it for a profit. You're not trying to go to the children for too much money, but at the same point, if you're a taxpayer who doesn't have children at home, you want to see that fund at this break. You don't want to be subsidizing those meals if you don't have to.
So who was responsible for entering the budget into the general ledger? Who's supposed to be doing it?
It would be somebody in the finance department.
It would be the finance manager.
Okay, so right now, this was from the SAU and it will go to our department.
And this is part of the grants team that we're having done.
Okay. It's not just grant. This is,
I'm sorry,
it's not just grants, it's just the actual food service budget.
right.
Right. Next item, student activity summary of activity. This is a document that we at my firm feel is important. Essentially, it's not a really complicated document. What it shows is what are the opening balances going into the school year, what are the total revenues coming in, what are the monies going out, and what's your ending balance. Now, why it's important is because it's listed by activity. If it's art or baseball or soccer, it does it by activity. Going a step further, what it does is, if it's being maintained on a regular basis, the school principal can quickly look and say, all right, the baseball team's looking for $500 for baseball bats. They've only got 250. That purchase, that check doesn't get cut. Because when it does get cut, what's happening is they're pulling money from another account. So now that account balance is no longer accurate because part of their money has been spent. So I'm not saying that's what occurred here. What I'm saying is that this helps prevent. So this is something I think since we've had the audit, we've been recommending to the school. And I do think it's a great idea to keep things in order, so you know where you stand on any single one.
we used to have a report on the student activity fund, maybe quarterly. And somehow along the line, over the last couple of years, we stopped receiving it, so we really had no idea what was in there.
So that's a good point for me to jump into. With GASB 84 coming on last year, what's happened is you notice in your audit report, you no longer have that schedule at the back of each school listed individually. Well, that's because under GASB 84, they now consider them a governmental fund. So they actually sit together now in your financial statements as a special revenue fund. So this is a case where now that it's found its way into the actual financial statement, it's not just a supplementary report. You as the board, are you going to have a little more concern to say, all right, is that number legitimate? Is that where it should be? Checking in on it, whether it's quarterly or biannually, is not a terrible idea. It also creates accountability for anybody who's doing it. Not to say anyone's trying to do anything wrong, but think about it. When you know you have something due, you're going to pay a little more attention to make sure that it's done timely, it's done right.
So I didn't even realize that. So that's being shifted into our revenue. So we could get that line, a report on just that line with a breakdown of the subcategories.
It might not be in terms of your actual general ledger. It's not there. We bring that information in, and when it comes to the financial statements, it gets brought into.
Oh, so it's not in our monthly financials.
No.
Okay.
No. And I mean, in terms of fund balance, I don't want to misspeak here. It doesn't end up in your fund balance per se. We report it, I can actually tell you the page so you can see it. You go to page 27. Note 12. You actually see assigned fund balance, 24,465. That's a non-major governmental fund. So you can see where it's not unassigned, you can't go and use it. So it's assigned for said purpose.
That's usually where we put, if the PTO raises a certain amount of money or something, it goes into that fund. And other things like that. They used to put when we had service issues, and that went into that and so forth. So sort of like a discretionary, a little bit, where you have, they were paying, I think what we've heard many times is they were paying the umpires out of it. And without a purchase order, because umpires need to be paid like that day. And that was always a problem. We talked about that every year. No one could figure out a way to solve that problem.
It's a problem a lot of districts have. I can tell you myself, I run the softball league in my town, and paying umpires, I literally one day was at Chelmsford, Mass. For one daughter's game, drove back to my hometown to pay an umpire, drove back to Chelmsford, Mass. For my other daughter's game. I'm like, there's got to be another way. I did reach out to the assigner who we use an assigner, which I assume you do, and said, look, I can't be doing this. I'm going out and doing all this travel work here. I travel quite a bit for work. Can we mail you the check? And we use an online bill pay at our league where I gave him the entire schedule and he actually schedules the payments to go out the next day. So that's an option for you when it comes to officials. They don't typically care for it. However, they're starting to understand it more and more because a lot of districts have the same concern you do as well, whereas we don't know who this is. You know, in some cases, they're handing over a check with no K2 on the top, and they're filling it in after the fact. And you're kind of stuck when you look, and you're like, well, they made it out to cash. You know, we've seen that. So we had comments on that. So there are options with that particular scenario.
Now, when I was in Georgia, this is a long time ago, and I was a high school basketball official, we were paid by check at the games, and the checks were made out to us.
Yep.
So I'm wondering why, but we would get the school, because I was also a school principal after that, we would get a list from the assigner, like way in advance as to who was going to be at the game.
Yep.
So we were able to process the checks.
I think they don't know which ones are going to show up until maybe the day.
Okay.
I think we tried to do that, to do like a purchase order and have it ready.
Yeah.
And I think they don't know exactly.
Okay, so
I think there
another
were a bunch
way,
of times that they canceled at the last minute and sent a sub.
Yeah.
And had to start over.
so another way to handle that, I have one district out on the Vermont border, and what they do is every trimester, they'll cut a check to the student activity fund for the estimated cost of the officials for that
Mhm.
period of time. So, fall, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring. At the end of the trimester, they look and say, all right, it has its own line in the activity account. What amounts remaining? Show us the support of what games were paid for, the amount. And then what they do is when they cut the next check, they take if say there's $100 left, they do $100 less in that third of it. So they do that. At the end of June, all that money then gets cut back over. Anything that's left over is sent back to the general fund and it offsets that appropriation. So that's also an effective way of doing it, a combination of these types of things.
The capital reserve withdrawal, I have a lot to say about that one. Yes.
All right, so with this one, what we found was that the school board is not agents to expend. And the appropriate was not approved at the annual meeting. So basically, under the state RSA, is if you're not designated as agent to expend at the time the capital reserve fund is established, or what you can do is after it's established, put it up for the voters to
We have
authorize.
done that. We've done that already.
You've done that.
We have the authority to expend without going from the capital reserve without going to the voters. The voters gave us that authority. That's not the problem with this. What happened was, this was for our leach field issue, and when I remember making the motion, we did not specify it was coming out of the capital reserve because we felt that we probably could absorb it out of our budget. But the then business administrator from SAU 44 went and took the money out without board approval. And then he had a check. When we said, no, we do, I think the then superintendent realized what he had done, and he wrote a check and tried to hand it back to them and said, we can't do it that way. So it ended up all taking place like in June. We budgeted the $88,000 went back into the capital reserve. Remember that people were all confused where that $88,000? It was from this.
This preceded one.
Yeah, this
Okay.
was.
Okay.
So anyway, that's where this came from. And
Were
I
you
found
able to
it-
get the money back into the trust fund?
Yes,
Okay, you're lucky because I've had governments where they were not, they actually went back to the trustees and said, send the money over. And they weren't authorized to receive it. But that's good that you got it back.
mhm.
And then the next item is your investment policy. My tip for any board is if I'm coming to see you every year, put the adoption of the investment policy on the same day on here. Put it on, you don't have to spend a lot of time on it, review it. It doesn't really change that much year to year. If you do have questions on it, please ask. It's basically laying out the parameters for how your funds can be invested. And I know the first response I typically get is, we don't have investments, it's all cash. You depositing cash is in fact an investment. So if that's your plan, that you're only gonna have demand deposits as your bid, put in your investment policy, there's nothing wrong with that. But lay out the groundwork so that there's no gray area on how a treasurer can go and take the funds and deposit. It wasn't updated. So state statute requires an update, a review and update.
And if you check this, yeah, I mean, I think last year you just, this
Oh, I'm
board
sure
has
you know.
always said no policy work until the budget is finalized, and then by then you will shut down.
So on that one in particular, I would just say, make sure, even if you have that scenario come up again where you stop policy work, keep that one on there. Just do it every year. We check for it in every single town, school, village district we go to, charter school. And we just make sure. And then what you typically find in these is that they do actually say within them, we will update it annually. So even if it wasn't a state statute, you're not following your own policy. I don't know if that's true here, but I can't tell you the number of times that's come up where you say, well, that's silly, we shouldn't have to do it every year. Look, and I say, hey, it's in your policy. That in itself leads me to believe you have not reviewed this in a while if you don't know that it's in there. I had one where they had the FDIC coverage. It went back when George W. Bush was still president. I said, you haven't reviewed this stuff very long.
Oh, my goodness.
We've had a lot of presidents since then. And then you see some of the new Gatsby pronouncements coming out. With COVID, a lot of the pronouncements got pushed back. 84 was one of them, in fact, but we looked at it and said it really had no bearing on the management of it. It was a reporting issue. So we did do that with all of our districts. 84 was bringing the student activities and reporting with the special revenue funds. There was no reason to hold off on that. I think it's nice now because it's right in the financial statements. So you look and you have a real true picture of what your district as a whole, when you look at it as in terms of deposits out there. When you look at all of these Gatsby pronouncements, the one thing I like to remind people when you think Gatsby, it's really more reporting than anything else. It's not something that's going to change in your day-to-day operations. So with the leases, it's not going to stop you from going and getting a lease. It's how we define the lease in the financial statements, how it gets presented in the financial statement. For a district such as yours, you're not going to see it really impact you because you don't have many operating leases. It's really just taking operating leases and capital leases and saying, no, it's a lease. And the reason for that coming online, it really is more on the private side where you have these major corporations who are leasing their building space. But when you look at it, you say, well, it might be just an operating lease, but it's $100 million lease. How is that not finding its way to the financial statements? That's where it's coming from. It's saying that they were omitting material numbers from the financial statements. I don't see that impacting you guys very much. I don't think it's going to impact most of New Hampshire, to be honest with you. Some of the bigger communities, maybe, but it's really not a groundbreaking lease, groundbreaking standard like the net pension and the OPEBs were. And luckily, those are kind of that big right now. And with that, that's what I have for you guys.
So when we look at on page 47, the adjusting journal entries, were those things that you had to correct or?
So again, when we talk about Gatsby and the preparation of the financial statements, some things to consider is that how it's reported on your financial statements can be correct, but for financial reporting purposes, it's not. A good example is accounts receivable versus intergovernmental receivable. So we do make some adjustments to make sure that you're complying with reporting requirements. You don't necessarily need to do that on the GL. So some of the areas we look at, journal entry 1 is clear for food service. That's just reclassifying items. So taking unassigned fund balance and putting it down to reserve for inventory, which would be a non-spendable fund balance. If you look at kindergarten appropriation and current appropriation, that just separated revenue accounts for reporting purposes. So in general, that's what you're seeing there. You're going to see a lot that are related to the government-wide transactions as well.
What was this one, adjusting journal entry, JE number 7, inventory and reserve, this is so tiny, reserve for inventory.
So again, that was the adjusting those balances related to the non-spendable fund balance. So you had inventory that hadn't made, we adjusted your inventory to actual level, and the offset to that is going to be straight to non-spendable fund balance. Because you've already spent the money, you got to record the credit side of the entry, but when you look at that fund balance associated with inventory, you can't go out and pay for books with that, it's already spent. So non-spendable fund balance is how that's classified. And what we have here is when you see those account names and titles and numbers, those are coming right off your GL. We then have a mapping system on our software that will then redirect unreserved fund balance to the correct account.
Somebody else have questions about either the audit, the governance letter? I have a couple of questions, Mike, and this is to help us with our transition. And I know we're going to probably have you come to an SAU 44 meeting at some point to review the SAU.
Which should be out by Friday.
Yeah, Okay, I read the draft
Okay.
and looked at everything. So my question is, did you have a final SAU physical asset list that you used?
When you say assets, do you mean fixed assets
Yes.
or? I would have to check. I don't know off the top of my head if they actually report capital assets. A lot of cities don't actually report capital assets because, you know, for example, I also do Timberland SU 55. Everything over there is owned by the two districts. So like the building they operate in is actually owned by the Timberland School District. The copiers, I believe, were operating leases. So it was a case where they didn't actually have capital assets.
Well, the SAU does. as
Okay,
far
then
as-
I would have to check. If there is one, we do have that.
And then would that also include the preschool asset list?
It would be everything for the entire.
Okay. Could you find that list for us and send it to us, please?
Yep.
And then also your accrued absences for the SAU 44 list, where you have under liabilities. Is that number, when was that number accurate, as of June 30th? or-
Would have been as of June
Okay.
30th, yeah.
And then my last question is, so the fund balance that you have in that audit, I can't remember the exact amount, let's just say it was $202,000. And then you have preschool fund balance, $117,000 with a total of something like $342,000.
Okay.
The preschool you have committed, and I'm assuming that means it's because the joint board voted to return the preschool fund balance back to the districts to return to the town. So
That seems reasonable. It wouldn't be unassigned because unassigned is only for your general fund and when a fund is in a deficit position. Otherwise, it's going to be the nature of the revenue source and the fund balance that will determine the classification.
there's one other question. It's actually Sue had the question. And it was about, in the SAU report, I think it was page 35, it said, even though we have the, like on page 4 or 5, it gives you the fund balance of the,
Yep.
and the preschool fund balance and the totals. Further in the report, I think on page 35, it makes it sound like there's a deficit of that fund balance. And it was confusing the way it was written, and Sue was worried about that. We're trying to work on the fund balance part.
Yeah, no, without it in front of me, it's tough to.
I have it. But, we can work on that. I'll
Okay.
talk to you about it.
Yeah. Yeah, please do, because I'm actually reviewing that report. That's what I was doing before I was leaving tonight, and we'll be doing it tomorrow morning.
I think it's page 35.
Page 35.
Right. Yeah. And so if you could also look for the physical assets for the whole SAU, including preschool, that would be wonderful. If we could get that. Anybody else have any questions?
I have a general question about the liability, OPD liability.
The OPEB, yes.
This is just me being new and.
No, that's fine.
So it looks like we're showing a liability of almost $700,000. Is that just our portion of the state retirement program?
Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't physical debt or.
It's not, it's misleading, and Debbie's heard this many times from me. I have trouble with the net pension and OPEB. Anytime you've got a number that ends up being one of your two biggest numbers in the entire report, and you as a board have no say, management has no say over it, that's a tough pill to swallow. At no point is the New Hampshire retirement system going to knock on your door and say, I need that $700,000. Really what that is a projection over the next 30 years of what the liability is going to be. That's why when you look at your exhibits, C1, C3, you're not seeing those numbers there because it is a long-term liability. It's also a long-term liability that's projected by actuaries. And you'll see it fluctuates year after year. And I know we've all heard that the New Hampshire retirement system has an expectation of being break even on that. Hey, that would be great. I think that would be great for all the districts because it's really tough to see such a large negative net position for districts that do a good job. And then you can't even, somebody won't say, well, what if we just bond it? Let's bond it and pay it off. Doesn't work that way. So if you say you do cut a check to the enhanced retirement to cover that entire liability, they just redistribute it. You're only gonna get your percentage of it, which is gonna be less than 1% of the total liability. So you're not even gonna see a substantial drop in your liability.
So, I'm sorry.
Well, I just saw it as we're always supposed to be zero out, no heavy debt like that, but I've never seen.
That would be right. That's
Not
not,
heard about it.
it's related to New Hampshire's retirement system.
Yeah, I got that, thank you.
So, okay, we received an email, or the chairs did, from Glenn about this GASB 75 report. Was there something that, we didn't have one? Our records reflect that your SAU and school district below are due for an update to the GASB 75 report for upcoming end June 30th, 2021.
All right, so I can actually speak to that.
Okay,
So essentially the way that's probably with Jefferson Solutions, if I remember correctly.
very similar, yes, Jefferson.
So they perform their actual. Basically what it is a 2-year contract with them to prepare financial statements that get incorporated into your annual audit, audited financial statements. They update it for each year. So what Glenn had said is that he had called me and said, what's the impact if we don't do this for SAU? And I said, honestly, I would talk to the other members of management and the board because that's an expense, as we talked about, a number that really you have very little control over that you got to pay to get that portion because it's a local portion. Where you guys are separating out and then you have another district, I don't know if they actually voted to separate or if it's their.
There'll be a
So, I mean, it's potential that SU 44 is down to a 1 district. I don't, again, this is just my thought of it. I don't know if it's worthwhile to get that report for SU 44 for planning.
But it seemed to say, we are quoting a fee for the entities below. Warford Elementary School, 3250, SAU, 3250, Strafford School District, 3250. So it seemed as though we were supposed to have our own, or does it all have to be together? I'm confused about this.
So when you guys are separating, you may want to actually look, I mean, you could probably get a 1-year deal, a 1-year price, 1-year price on it for your particular district, or you guys contract yourself in 2 years. But I don't know that, because you've been paying for it out of your individual district. You might have been getting a discount because you have multi-districts. I don't know that.
So if we've been doing this, why is this all of a sudden coming up? Like it wasn't renewed or what's going on?
So every 2 years, you would go back and you would pay them for the next 2 years.
Okay.
And I think the reason why he probably brought it to you this year was the question of, do we do it for SAU 44?
But we can choose to do it ourselves. It doesn't have to be done. If SAU 24 or 44 and Warford do not do it, Strafford can still do it?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, it's based on your district alone.
All right, that's something I think to bring to, I'm gonna forward this to our new, I'm gonna forward it to you, John, to send to Lisa. Okay, that's our new business manager.
Okay.
We'll meet. And
And-
you wanna meet John? Have you met John
I have.
Freeman? John, did you see my,
Right.
my campo?
Nice to
John Freeman is our new superintendent as of, I guess, 1 month from now, just about. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So what I would recommend is that you have the new business person reach out to, I believe it's Ray Cerrone is his name.
Yeah.
Go over what's going on with the separation and have him come up with a price separate for you. But in terms of SU 44, I did speak to Glenn and I said, I would talk to the boards, talk to the superintendent. I don't know. I mean, the result would be if you don't do it for 21, you get an adverse opinion on your government financial statements. And we would explain it was because you didn't do the local. I don't know. I mean, especially where you've got one district definitely out, another one that at that point may be out as well. You might be looking and saying our money's better spent elsewhere.
So you don't think that, I mean, how long does it take for them to conduct this?
It's not so much the time, it's the money. You know, do you want to spend that money? I mean, especially if you're looking at separate assets, is it worth it? Especially if it's a 2-year contract, right? So you really have no skin in the game in year 2. It's only year 1 that you you as a district and a board would really care about. Again, completely your decision. I have a lot of districts, particularly smaller ones, who look at the local OPEB and say, we're just not gonna spend the money, we're better off spending it elsewhere. And that's certainly management's decision, government's decision, that's completely fine. It doesn't impact the ability to borrow. We haven't seen it in borrow, in terms of going out and getting long-term bonds, it hasn't hurt at all. We still have some districts that don't do capital assets by choice.
Well, this is great. You made the audit, sort of exciting.
If I tell my wife that. Yeah.
All right, so we will see you.
Yes. Yeah, touch base tomorrow. I'm gonna send you an email to, just let me know the rate.
Thank you very
No
much.
problem. Thank you for having me. I've got, you know what, email me their email addresses and I'll send it. I kind of pulled this one apart.
Okay, that's fine.
You're certainly welcome to have it, except for reorganize it. Okay,
Perfect, thank you.
thank you.
All righty, we are now, everybody's been so patient, but we have a non-public to go into. Oh, all right, would you like to do it? We're gonna leave. So we'll be back. John and Danielle, you're coming with us, I think? Oh, well, we're not going to know people to leave the room.
Okay.
But he's. Are you guys ready? No, all right, I guess we're gonna make a motion, but we're just gonna quietly walk into the other room, you guys can, just so it's recorded.
Under what?
Personnel, so that would be. I think it's safe.
So I move we go at 6:52, we go into non-public under RSA 91A32C.
Very seconded, okay, the roll call in, Liz, Eric,
Yes.
Erica, Okay, alrighty. We'll have another non-public at the end of the meeting. The business administrator, because we have the auditor today, and we knew we were gonna have two non-publics, we decided to just not have the business administrator here. We do have his report. He will be at both of our meetings in June as we sort of wind up our financial year. And, but I did ask, I told Monica that we would ask the board if you had any questions about what was in your packet. Give those questions to Monica to pass on to Glenn about the financial reports. Does anybody have any questions?
I have some great questions. I happened to look at the report from our March 17th meeting, and I just compared it to the grant report in our meeting packet from today, and there's a lot of expended amounts that have changed by tens of thousands of dollars. It looks like the 1920 REAP grant has 25,500 expended, but when we go to the same grant report that's in today's packet, the amount expended has shifted to $4,085, and that's across like 4 or 5 grants where changes that need to have occurred, and I don't know if I'm reading it wrong, or I don't know.
It probably is going to, I can't answer the question for you myself, but it's actually a question probably for Fred rather than for Glenn.
Okay.
And I know that Fred and Glenn both right now, and maybe IDEA are in end of year mode. And we're doing a lot of matching up of expenditures and that sort of thing. And that may account for the big, what looks like a huge shift.
Okay. I guess I did type out the questions. My first question was, would it be possible in the future when we get these grant reports to just somewhere in the heading have when the expiration is? Because I'm always on through.
Yeah, there's so
trying
many
to
different
pen
ways.
notes I've written. And then 2, this is just a general one. Is there a written summary somewhere for each activity? I'm just curious, like all these separate activity line items, if maybe there was a 1 to 2 sentence
Yeah,
statement somewhere back in
that's
there.
reported in the state reporting system that we submit to the state.
Okay. Is that available online? Just for my curiosity, if I wanted to see that.
Yeah, I can get you, I think I can get you access to it. If not, we can run it for you.
Okay.
You know what, we could also, when you look at the SAU manifest, they have bills and they have the invoices. A lot of times it will say this comes out of week. And it was,
Yeah.
but you have to, some of it is also the code, the line that comes out of it,
Right.
say Northwood, IDEA.
And some of these are so standardized, and it's like you, but they're so standardized that I bet if you're in full search,
Well, something like,
they will tell you what different lines can be used for.
right. Okay, I could probably get that from a lot of them. There's some that I could. But, and then I typed out all the differences in the grant amounts I saw. It's 5 of the grants have differences of over $10,000 in the amount expended versus the pre-March. And the amount expended went in the negative direction, not seeing more money spent. We have more available.
Do you
Well,
want to
maybe
get
should
that?
do that something to make that.
Well, and that's, I assume that was a possibility, but there was a law. I was just curious about.
I'm gonna match the director with Fred also,
Okay.
because he's really good at explaining.
Okay.
So, and when you get the responses, can you maybe, I think it would be good to have like it written so that we put it in the next minutes. Okay. All righty,
No, we'll have, updated discipline data for you in the first 2 meetings.
okay. All right, superintendent's report. Mary, you got me ready to go.
I think that's, is that a? Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. In your personnel report, page 36, and there's also a hand-carried addendum that I brought in tonight. We have 2 resignations, so regretfully, I request the board to accept the resignation of Ms. Vandenberg, her school counselor, effective June 25th, 2021, and Catherine Gazelle, section 8 grade social studies teacher, and that's effective June 30th, 2020.
I move that we accept the resignation and get the resignation and after the
Discussion?
I just have a quick question. Does this mean we will have an availability for a full-time counselor?
Yeah, she was the full-time counsel. She switched to become the full-time. Correct.
Right. She has accepted the job in the leadership system. Oh, I don't.
Please go back to the full time.
That would be-
Yeah.
That would be, that's the captain.
All right, anything else? Okay, Liz? Yes. Eric?
Yes.
Erica? Yes. Carrie? Yep. Debbie? Yes.
Thank you. And I am pleased to nominate on the recommendation of Superintendent-elect Freeman, Melissa McKeon as the Director of Student Services for SAU 105 at a salary of $90,000. And that would be effective July 1, 2021. It would be funded from your local operating budget.
Accept the nomination of Melissa McKeon, Director of Student Services, for SAU 105, for a salary of $90,000.
Discussion? Okay. Liz? Yes. Eric?
Yes.
Erica? Yes. Carrie? Yes. And Debbie? Yes.
Thank you very much. In correspondence, you've already talked about the GASB 75 OPEC report. You were able to talk to the auditor about that. We did receive at the SAU for Strafford School a check from Primex, and this was in relation to the power surge repairs. And that was in the amount of $22,492.40. Does that cover? I believe we are getting additional payments. I don't think that's payment in full. So there's some ongoing reviews. Yes.
If it was more, I guess what like, it was really, my memory is it was more than $22,000.
Yes, yes. And in state updates, I have been putting on social media from the SAU and onto the Facebook groups. The federal government is going to extend assistance to families who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, either during 2019 school year or the current school year. They will extend assistance in paying for internet service. And I've notified all of the principals in the SAU so that they and the, clerks can notify families who are eligible, so we have information in either way. Regional update, the superintendents in the southeast region met, this was actually part of the discussion of the board of directors of the Strafford Learning Center, and I serve on that. And there is an interest among several superintendents in forming a consortium for offering remote learning, for example, for families that have homebound children. And Dover is looking at possibly creating an online package that would also offer online learning for families who choose it in Dover, but they would be willing to allow districts to piggyback if you have a homebound student, for example. And Bill Hargrand, when he was in Michigan, actually launched a district authorized online charter school. And when I was in Georgia, as many of you know, I launched a statewide online charter school. So we've got a lot of experience in what it looks like to start something like that up, and also what it looks like to collaborate among school districts. So the other superintendents asked Bill and me to convene a meeting the first week in June and just talk with them about what that would look like. So that is a possible option that you might have for next year, to be able to have online learning for your homebound families and your children who have medical issues. I'll keep you posted as that develops, if that's something that you all might want to participate in. In your school board timeline, in the second May meeting, we ordinarily in a normal year would have achievement data by now to be able to report for you. State testing is going on right now, and in the first June meeting, we'll provide you with an updated achievement report and a discipline report. We have the roof repair bids in, and we got 3 proposals, and you can see that there is a wide discrepancy between our high bid and our low bid. And we received bids from New Hampshire and Massachusetts. And our facilities committee chairman has been conducting his due diligence and researching, and I will yield to him to talk any more, but I just wanted to share with y'all what the proposals were.
I checked out, weather guides, preferences. They were really positive. They did the courthouse in Rochester and Portsmouth, and that was through the state. And so I called the state, and we talked to the facilities manager. So they worked around everything, and that, highly recommended them. They're doing the Garrison School in Dover right now. They did requirements, which they did work there. They're also doing the train station work. So they're working in the area, and I talked to a guy. Want to get a feel for them, and I really positive feeling. I would recommend it as a guy. Not just as a project, but I felt really comfortable with the references. So that would be my recommendation.
Did you check any of the other references, or you just want to go?
Well, Melanson is basically, and there's no other, and I checked. I have checked on Melanson, and they're not good people.
They're in public, so we probably should go.
Well, okay, but I would recommend whether that.
All right.
You asked me, I'll tell you.
So when you look through their proposal that they wrote up, said that they guarantee not only the materials, but the workmanship.
Yeah.
Do they have like the same, do all 3 bids have the same type of warranty?
Yeah, they're all like 15-year warranty on the rubber, and 2 years on their labor.
Okay.
But I think a lot of feedback. And the guy from me, also, but that's, I would say 15,000, 16,000 for good. That comes on, that'd be $43,000 budgeted. So
And can they start soon?
yeah, they can, but that price is good for 60 days, but they would recommend that we do it as early as possible, because we get materials They would stockpile it here.
Right.
So we
Shouldn't
better-
be in function.
It's these times,
It's a level.
yeah, it's the times, you know, so we would recommend that, you know, get the purchase order going, then they can stockpile, people here stockpile the rubber and stuff. They actually put it up on the roof. And, but I don't know where.
Good. All right, so we need a motion to accept the recommendations of the motion.
I move that we accept the recommendation of Budget Guard from Northampton for roof repairs for $109,000 to start as soon as it's practical.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, so,
Wait, can we? Since it's out of the budget that doesn't start until July 1st, can we stop that?
we're just going for a second. I thought we were working on
Or can we?
the capital.
Part of
Take
this
take the
was
first
coming
part
out
out
of
of the capital
reserve.
reserve, since it's
Yes,
actually
so maybe
part of
we
the
could-
deposit
And
rate.
actually,
Okay.
well, yeah, we have surplus. That's something to think about. But we do know that it was voted on that we could take,
76 and 76,
yeah, so,
we should still do the half and half.
yeah,
Yes.
okay. So we could take the first half out of the capital reserve and see when they could start. And if we wanted to make a payment before the end, by June 30th, at the surplus, we could possibly do that, right? Monica?
You should be able to do that.
Do we know what deposit is required as a half up front right now? or-
Do the third or half,
Okay.
and then maybe a progress payment.
Okay, so right now, when we make this motion, we're going to accept it, but the amount of down payment, we're taking out of the capital reserve. This is what happened at the last meeting, at that meeting of the capital
Right,
reserve.
right.
Are we taking the down payment out of the capital
Yes.
reserve? So, we're
Would
gonna
you like me to amend my
amend
motion?
your motion that an initial payment will come out of the capital reserve.
So I amend my motion that we accept the bid and recommendation of Budget Guard from Northampton for a total cost of 109, the initial deposit of roughly half, a third or a half to come out of the capital, the building improvement capital reserve fund.
All right, so-
Second.
all right, so that makes it clear, we don't have that problem again. All righty, so Liz, you're welcome. And thank you for doing
Thanks
this.
for the work.
Eric,
Yes.
Erica.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Yes.
And Debbie, yes. Thank you so much, Carrie. Carrie does so much. work. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you.
I don't know anything about education.
This committee is.
We don't know anything about roofs.
Right. Okay. All righty. Are we still on this?
You all requested, what is the most current public health guidance on masks in schools? So I looked up CDC and I looked up New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. The most recent update from CDC is dated May 15th. CDC recommends that schools continue to use the current, the prevention strategies that includes masks. Let's see. And then they offer certain key points. They show that, they say that the evidence this school year shows that schools that use layered strategies have been able to open safely and stay open. And they say that this is the pathway to continue to offer safe, schools being open is to be consistent with the use of strategies, and that schools should layer their prevention strategies and practice both masking and physical distance. DHHS most recently updated their guidance on May 10th, and they explicitly state in the document that I sent to y'all last night that there's no single intervention that's going to stop the spread, and they encourage that everyone should follow a multi-layered approach. And if you decide to give up precautions in one area, you should implement additional protections to make up for it. And they have 12 strategies they have consistently recommended all year. And strategy number 6 is wearing a cloth face mask. So that's where the guidance stands currently from both of those, public health agencies.
This is inside.
Both of those agencies recommend masks all the time in schools, inside and outside.
Outside.
We have already decided as a school board that outdoors, students with parent permission can remove their
Done? Okay, there we go. All right, so we're gonna move on now to correspondence and presentations. We did receive, I just received this because of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just done about the masks. I got your COVID data.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were asking. You have 0 staff in quarantine and isolation this week, but we do have 10 students. 46% of the adults statewide are fully vaccinated, 43% of Strafford County adults are fully vaccinated. Your test positivity rate is dwindling by the day, statewide and in Strafford County. We are well under the 5% test positivity threshold. That makes me very happy. And that is the end.
All right, correspondence and presentation. We received an email from Heidi Jordan asking us to reinstate the art studio. They canceled it last year because of COVID. And she is asking that we use REAP funds to do so. The total, I just can't be running it. The total hours are 20 hours. They estimated it would be 32 to 34 hours. The maximum would be $680 for the teacher, and then they would need between 200 to 250 worth of materials. So the total is $930. This summer's program will run through the month of July, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday afternoons from 1 to 3:30. Depending on demand, there may be 2 separate age group sessions running 2 weeks each instead of 1 group for 4 weeks. The plan includes painting outside surfaces, working with clay, painting on canvases to refresh inside murals, planting, nature art, as well as some mixed media projects. While some projects will stay here as part of adding to the beauty of our school, there will also be projects that the students will complete and take home. So they're asking, this has been funded out of the REAP grant every year, so it's not really comes out of our budget. So, and from Eric, you just looked at all the REAP grants, we have money left in them, right?
We do.
Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion to allow the summer arts program to take place this summer? And it would be funded for approximately $930 out of the REAP grant.
I move that we allow the art studio summer program to take place this summer. Approximately $930 funded by REAP grant, as outlined in the email.
Second.
Discussion?
Simultaneous.
Discussion? All righty, so Liz, yes. Eric,
Yes.
Erica,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
and Deborah, yes. Great. All right. We did receive, I don't even know how many emails, 4 or 5 maybe. And most of the emails, let's see, a lot of them were, I want to name people at least. From Clayton Ball, one, all right. Who's this person from? Oh, this is Jean Reed. Nicole Ball. Andrea and Justin Lehan. Okay, and for the most part, everyone is asking that we, since we have removed the mask mandate for outdoors, that if the graduation is being held outdoors, that we allow the graduation to take place mask free. So, one other person has more information, but I think we're gonna do the graduation part first.
Should we call it optional? Just-
I am in total agreement. I mean, the mask mandate's been listed in the state. It's outdoors. We've already allowed people to have an optional choice to wear masks outdoors. I think they already said the seating, it was gonna be in like little pods. So you're sitting next to your family and I would imagine there's space away from the other people. I would support that, but what does everybody else think?
We are at the point, as Monica stated, almost 50% of the state is fully vaccinated. I've been checking those numbers. Those are ticking up daily as far as, over 50% of the people have already received their first shot. We're in a period of time where essentially anybody 12 and over who wishes to be vaccinated is able to be vaccinated. The CDC guidelines have changed in order to recommend that masking is no longer required among vaccinated individuals. So essentially, people who have chosen to take those safety precautions, taking them. I think it makes sense that an outdoor event be allowed to be conducted freely with masks being optional.
What's the date of the graduation?
Is it the 18th maybe?
My understanding is it's very close to the end of school.
Okay, maybe it's the 20th. Somewhere.
What are the last days? I guess. We have it. Okay,
When is it? It's Tuesday, the 22nd. Okay, so that's what, and then discuss that. Is there a reason for that?
Most schools, if they're graduating, have all kinds of masks.
Yeah, go brown.
Go around,
Make kids
they're
conform.
outside, say, they're outside.
Outside.
I just worry about kids that haven't been vaccinated as much as the adults have.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, that's why I was asking when it is that anybody who's exposed, they're not missing school. So at this point, it's,
Parents.
I mean, we have 10 kids in quarantine. So we also have an obligation to try to keep everybody safe and as many kids in school as possible. But if graduation is the night before the last day of school, and kids have to quarantine because families have made that choice, and then they're allowed to make that choice.
I agree.
I would feel very differently if we were Phil Brown and graduating tonight. No, I mean, none of the colleges are going maskless, none of them, they've all been vaccinated, none of the high schools are. But outside 3 weeks from now, when parents are gonna have to deal with it if they get exposed, and I think that's on parents.
Also like Canada, Walmart, Lowe's, all these places are open.
They lifted the mask mandate.
Yeah, there's no mask,
Yeah.
so you can't pinpoint, where if you get exposed, you can't blame the school necessarily.
Well, my point is just that kids generally have not been vaccinated at the rate that adults have.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about, it's safety.
I wouldn't have them pick that.
It's, well, that's your.
No,
opinion.
I know.
But
I'm just
what I'm
saying,
thinking
it's
is,
ridiculous.
you know, it's like, you put your kids in a seatbelt, you go on a long trip. You're 5 miles away from home, because we're getting there with this whole pandemic. Do you tell your kids to take the seatbelt off? So I
I'm
get
saying
it,
optional.
I get it.
We're talking
I think it's
optional.
optional. Parents-
Optional.
You know
Up to the
what?
parents.
You know what I think?
We're not mandating that they
No,
don't wear it.
right,
Well, obviously not, I mean, that's,
right,
it's always.
And no matter how much we care about the kids,
I know,
it's nobody loves their kids more
I
than the
know.
parents.
I know.
The parents know what's best for their kids. And I totally.
And I think that parental control is extremely important.
I will say that baseball is in full swing at BYA. The kids are playing without masks. Big piles and little kids running to get a ball. Nobody wearing masks. So they are with because,
Yeah,
you know, they are being exposed. But,
well, you know, and my grandchildren, in the same way, they're playing sports too, so.
and the New Hampshire Interscholastic Association, Athletic Association removed the mask mandate for high school sports. They made it optional last week.
The home team makes a decision for each game.
Okay, do you want to make a motion for the graduation?
You sounded like you were saying something.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that there's a lot of data out there that shows that COVID is largely not as risky for children as it is for older adults with comorbidities essentially.
I understand that, but we don't want kids to get sick anyway. I mean, growing up, I had chicken pox, I mean, everything, and then you know, and we had vaccines to do that, right? We didn't die, but I don't know, it's just me, I just want to make sure everybody's safe.
And we have a rain date, a separate rain date for graduation. The plan is not to come inside if it's rain, correct? I mean, that's my
I don't know.
understanding from the last proposal.
Aaron, do you know Aaron? Aaron, what?
What was the question?
Is there a rain date for graduation?
There is, yes.
Is it the next night?
I don't know.
So the plan is not to come inside. I guess that was my purpose.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion that we, lift the mask mandate for graduation, make it optional, and that would be with the understanding that, the administration would make sure that it's set up in a way where there'd be pods of families, so people aren't sitting,
So distancing between.
distancing families. There's a motion.
I said.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, Liz?
Yeah.
Okay. Eric?
Yes.
Erica?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
And Debbie, yes. One of the other things brought up by that did not reflect the graduation, but maybe it was part of it, was the last email we received today, maybe. Where,
Oh.
Yeah, I should know. that.
okay. No, this was the one from Janet Reed. I think. Jessica Reed. Reeves. Okay, what is that?
Oh, yeah. I have, it's like the third or fourth, what else? Do you want, I found it. You want-
Yeah, do you want to read that one? Because that one,
The
she had
whole
more
letter?
things, yeah.
It was to Superintendent Henson. Hi, Monica. I respectfully disagree with your sentiment of physical activity and mask wearing not being dangerous to children, especially with the increased temperatures. We went to Disney and it was 85 and sunny, and I can tell you from personal experience it was miserable. We ended up leaving. I am attaching a screenshot from the governor's original executive order on masks. If you read section 5, there are a whole bunch of exceptions. Letter A indicates the mask policy never applied to the children in K-12 schools. In addition, letter D specifically states anyone engaging in physical activity should not be wearing a mask. There is a reason that these were exceptions. Now that teachers are vaccinated and this order is expired, I really hope there's some serious discussion about this at the school board meeting. Unfortunately, I can't make it tonight as my children have engagements, but I wish I could. I understand we are down to a month left, and at this point, I'm not asking you to remove 100%, though in my opinion, that should be done. I'm just asking for some flexibility when outside for PE classes, as well as when engaging in physical activity. The recess rule should be extended to any time a child is outside. And should be maskless if inside or outside as the kids are physically active. Please try to look at it from the perspective of the child who is wearing the mask and engaging with his activities. As a parent whose children have come home all year complaining about how uncomfortable it is and telling them they need to follow the rules and wear it as instructed, I just feel the need to speak up because it's only going to get worse with the heat. If the school could meet halfway, that would be a great compromise. It's time to let kids be kids.
Right, and so I think one of the things she mentioned, is, I thought we said this in our last meeting, that any outdoor activity was going to be maskless. So, and I'm hoping that
With
that's.
parental permission, yeah.
Yeah.
It went out in the newsletter, didn't it?
I'm hoping that
I
that's.
followed up, I followed up when I received this communication, and I checked with the principal and said, if students are outdoors, and that includes PE, they should remove their masks if they have parental permission.
Regardless, they don't have to be 6 feet apart, because we put
Right,
that.
exactly, exactly. That if they're outside and they have parent permission, they are allowed to move their masks. So we followed up on that. I stand by my statement that there is not credible evidence that wearing a mask is physically harmful to children.
Okay, so, anyway, the other thing she does talk about is PE, and I will hope, I don't know what's going on, but I know a lot of times this time of the year, the teachers would know, so a lot of times PE is outside because it's nice out. And I would agree, I mean, if the kids are running, today is a scorcher, to have the mask on. So if we could have the PE outside as much as we can.
That's what I directed, that PE should be outside whenever the weather allows.
Okay, all right, so. And with that permission slip, we were very clear, parents signed it, that we may not maintain 6 feet, so you have to take that risk. You're
Correct.
deciding for your own child, so we're not holding that 6-foot rule when they're outside.
We try if we can, but we're not requiring students to put on a mask if we're not doing that. If the children are outside and there is parent permission, the kids can remove their masks. But I had a meeting with Kathy today to reinforce that so that she could reinforce it if we have any teachers that were unclear about it.
All right, because reading this, it made me wonder, because I thought we decided this at the last
Yeah, we
meeting.
did.
That's why I called
But
Kathy.
I don't think it was,
following the
PE
board's
has to be inside, then we have to wear masks. And
Right, and I'm
Right.
hoping that doesn't have to be, I mean, why, we can do everything outside. but we can do it.
I don't think we should force it outside, but we should encourage it to be
Encourage
outside.
that,
It sounds like
exactly.
that's what you're doing.
Right. So I'm wondering, with the weather, I know the kids take their masks off to eat, right? And I know the younger kids have recess where they get the chance to take their masks off. Are we able to encourage during the day, if we have a 7-hour day, like maybe another break, a break in the morning, like a 20-minute break in the morning outside without the mask, and one in the afternoon, so we know, even if the kids are reading books or doing like a writing assignment or something, not necessarily just playing, but to be able to take a mask break.
Let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, just so I can logistically picture this. Every class take a 20-minute outdoor break.
That's good.
I don't, well, but
And
I
I don't-
think
I don't
if they're
mean-
all doing it at the same time, can we physically space that?
I guess it wasn't, I envisioned the administration looking at the schedule or encouraging teachers, hey, you want your kids to be doing a writing assignment if they want to go out under a tree to have 20 minutes outside without the mask.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So not that everybody's having recess at the same time, but just encourage outdoor
Because I was
time.
gonna say, there are gonna be times that we've got recess going on.
Right.
And if every class is taking a 20-minute break, if a class period, middle school class periods are what, 50 minutes?
I'm not sure.
45. I'm just trying to think of logistically how to do that. If we require every class to take a 20-minute break.
Say every class, no, I meant, yeah, I don't mean every class, we're talking about each, but the kids get 2 breaks a day outside. And whether the younger kids have recess, the older kids, I don't know what if they're really getting the amount of outdoor time as the younger kids.
Are we encouraging the administration to encourage teachers to get them outside as much as possible?
Right.
I think that's been made clear,
Right.
but
I
encouraging
think
for sure.
that everybody is clear on that. But as far as mandating, it's gonna be 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon, I think logistically, that's gonna be hard to engineer.
We just want to make sure the kids get mask breaks. It's getting hot, and it's really, I mean, I know for myself, it's harder to be.
Well, they have mask breaks in their desks. I mean,
They don't.
They don't.
They
This is-
have
this is-
that.
They have crap.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Look at different space.
20 minutes snack.
Yeah. Or if they need to get a sip of water or something like that, but we're not doing indoor mask breaks now.
We had that whole discussion at the last meeting, what piece am I missing, that there was spacing and if they were seated at their desks and.
Like it's snack time, something like that.
No, that's not what our discussion is about. Our discussion is that because we brought up were the shields still being used, whatever, and that science went out the door in November anyway, but.
This is what we're hearing. We are discussing something, we talk about it, and then we hear from parents that their kids didn't have a mask break, or.
Well, I'd rather hear from the teachers what's actually happening in administration, because with all due respect, my kid comes home and says something, I don't assume that that's automatically what's happening in every other classroom all the time. They're not always accurate reports. So,
I think encouraging teachers to take mask breaks outside is the way to do it, right?
I think that's the best one.
Right. Strongly encouraging.
I will go back to the outside distancing thing because I was under the impression that children were being required to distance outside even when their parents had signed a permission slip. And I know this has gone back and forth.
Whenever that's come to me, Eric, I have clarified that to administration.
And that the expectation is that children,
If they have a permission slip, they can take off the mask. That a teacher cannot, a staff member cannot say to a child, you're too close, put your mask back on. That is not what the board directed.
oh, okay,
So
that is,
then I get periodically, I will hear from this parent or that parent, and whenever that happens, I contact administration and say, to be clear, this is the rule.
All right, so we're good with that?
I'm good with that portion,
Anybody else
yes.
have anything? Okay, so we answered, I think, the parents' questions, and we're gonna encourage more mask breaks. We're hoping PE can take place outside as much as possible without masks. And what else can we do? All right, Strafford Community Calendar. You guys have put your things in for Jane, right? You submitted it. And I really think we should introduce our new SAU, new SAU 105, maybe a little blurb about John. We now have,
well, I did a little blurb about John when we voted him off and offered him the contract.
okay,
We not that it couldn't be run again, but.
maybe list maybe the employees, because
But,
at that point, we
yes,
have John,
we've been
John,
up around now, and Melissa, what's it, what Lisa? I'm sorry.
Lisa, our new business manager, and we have a new administrative assistant / HR.
Start putting our new website on it, I think that's built, or starting to be built, there's, the doing has been, are we just keeping I thought we were doing differently.
Aaron,
I
do you
thought
know,
it was-
what's going on with our new website with the SAU board? Part of it.
What is going on with the new website? It is in production. It hasn't been deployed yet, but I purchased the domain and I created a G site that's kind of a template, but I'm pulling data from the SAU 44 website and a lot of stuff on the school and just kind of aggregating it all there, but it looks pretty good already. There's not really a lot more to it. I just have some back end stuff to take care of and we'll be good to go.
What's the address?
SAU105.org. It's a .org. Yeah.
It's a lot easier.
So can we migrate our old meeting minutes? to
Oh,
that
yeah,
site?
yeah, that's there already, yeah,
Oh, perfect.
yeah,
Great. And policies.
yeah, everything's there.
Thank you, Aaron. And
Like I
we'll-
said, it's not live yet, I'm still working on some back end, some hosting issues, but it exists.
All right, enrollment report. Do we have questions in the enrollment report?
Do we have, and I don't know, Dr. Hanson, if you're able to answer this, any sense of how many who are currently homeschool are intending, I'm particularly looking at the 8th graders intending to go to playground.
I don't have an idea. I can certainly ask. them.
Playground probably knows by now to have the registration,
Right.
because I was just wondering, looking at that.
I do have, not to change the subject, but I don't want to forget this, I have contracts I have to sign, and I'm signing contracts, teacher contracts. Just wanted to remember this. All right, do you want to get the number from?
No, I was just curious, I mean, playground sure has that information, I was just curious, how many of those 8. I'm assuming that a couple will probably over-related anyway.
Yeah,
Traditionally, the homeschool kids, many of them go to.
Well, I know that's why I was asking.
In our 21-22 budget, it anticipates 49 incoming ninth graders to program.
So we haven't budgeted for any of the homeschools to go.
Is that what it said?
If we've only budgeted for 49, we have 8 homeschool 8th graders. So that's what got me thinking about it.
Well, we always budget for 5 extra.
Plus the placeholders, right?
So, but that, normally people look at the total number of students and we budget for the total. Okay. All right. Well, that's a good point. I think we need to know how many kids are going. Eighth grade, because that's going to impact the budget, because I don't think they were included. Next. All right, committee updates. Facility committee.
Yes, we had a meeting today, and it was solar related. So, good information meeting. There, and then we have a gentleman from Vision Energy, because they do a lot of schools and municipalities and stuff. So we're, I got some people like kind of like put on like a subcommittee to work on that. And there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. But it looks really promising, I think.
Is this for the land?
Oh, we're looking at on the roof here on the school, then maybe the land might be a separate project. But also Charlie Marino was there to kind of dovetail with the forestry, spending like 75 acres and everything. And also Claire, she's on the committee, she has a vision of a sports complex maybe down the road too. So trying to
On
work,
the land?
yeah, we're trying to work it all together, get everybody on the same page. It was really good, we had a lot of good people there today, even Eric. was there.
Now you need, now you need to get a community member who could advocate for an arts center
Hey, whatever.
instead
That's
of a
wonderful.
cafeteria.
Whatever you guys want.
Or an outdoor?
But it's really exciting. It's a consensus of everybody that solar is a good idea, the timing is good, the equipment is good, the costs and everything, you know. And there's a couple different ways of going about it, which we're looking at. This,
Will they do for municipalities what they do for homeowners with sort of the
well, you,
leasing by the, I don't know all the ins and outs, but
yeah,
here you're not seeing a big increase to do it. You're
right, basically you can buy it all upfront, makes sense to us. Or there's like investors, you know, they get the tax breaks and stuff like that. But we would get a power reduced rate on solar, then at 5 or 6 years, we would possibly buy the equipment our own and get all the, you know, the benefits. But it was very interesting, and I had to write among people there, the right group of people, and they're all informed of it. Went like half an hour over, but it's okay.
Great. Sounds exciting. It's nice
It is,
to
it's
have
really,
people
I think it's something really, that everybody can kind of like, think it's a good idea in general.
Is Jill Lance on it too?
Yes, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I got a wide range of characters.
Great.
Yeah.
That's fun. Alrighty. And anybody else from the committee?
I'll just put out there, I think you all probably got the email from the School Board Association. Delegate Assembly has been moved, we voted at the last one. The past few years, it's been in the winter. And that doesn't give a whole lot of time for advocating. So we voted at the last assembly to move it to October, which means resolutions, if you want to write a resolution, are due early July. So if we want to do something, I'm happy to work on the wording of it. I just need to know what to work on it around, because we would have the 2 June meetings to talk about it and review it, and then it is due before our first July. So I'm just putting it out there. I don't have any ideas, but this is how we got the ball rolling. This last one, we wrote the joint resolution with Northwood and Nottingham about the IDEA funding being going back to the district of residence, not the district of the school.
What's going on there?
Not a whole lot of movement is what I'm hearing, but,
Maybe we need to do it again.
well, so that got voted in because it is a federal issue and not a lot that the school board can do about it, school board association. It was sort of left that they would advocate and poke around and, you know, sort of try to poke at the hornet's nest, but they couldn't lobby like they do around, some of the resolutions are much more driven by something that could be legislated and controlled by New Hampshire. What we're hearing from the DOE, or what has been passed down from the DOE that we've heard by now, I have not heard it directly from the DOE. We're just repeating what they've said to others. Is that when OSEP came in and did their reviews, they said you're doing your allocations wrong, and it needs to go to. I can't help but think that it's no coincidence that that came at the same time they started legislating around private schools and who does the testing and supporting of private schools. So towns with private schools get a raw deal in there. So towns like Dover that have 3 or have 5 or 6 private schools, that gets managed out of Dover and out of their proportional share of funding out of Dover. With staff associated, we had to hire an extra person to help manage the private schools. So it's a big deal. I can't help but think it's not just a coincidence that finding around town residents, town of where the school is, and this private school thing happened at the same time. That's my conjecture, but just looking back, it happened at the same time.
So wouldn't the private schools want to manage their own money? Because that's basically what we're at right now, having our money managed by another.
Well, I mean,
But they.
right, no, ours
as
is
a
too much,
private
it doesn't
school,
go to the ground, not an LEA.
Yeah, it has to go from the SEA, which is the state, to an LEA, and a private school is not an LEA.
Right, I understand that, but somebody else is managing it, is the point. Like, we're not managing our own money.
Right, so the schools, the private school gets to a certain extent, use their proportional share however they want. But the town that the school district is, that the private school is in, that's the pass-through funding and the case management piece. So all the compliance, all of the federal reporting goes through the public school entity in that town.
I see what you're saying. But they can still say how they want to use the money.
To
Unlike
a
what
certain
we're
extent, they get a proportional share depending on how many students are eligible. Because those students in real private schools, in true private schools, as opposed to go around being semi-private, they don't actually get a full IEP, they get a service plan. So the mechanics are very different. The bottom line for the public school is a whole lot more work and pass-through funding. It's pretty complicated, and I'm just saying, I think those 2 things have gone together in how this issue has erupted.
Well, so people can think, one of the things we did that was passed, that was brought by Bruce as a bringing it to the school board association was, I think we changed the testing dates from the fall to the spring. So, because it just made more sense, and that was accepted.
Yeah.
So we made a difference. So if you could think of something like that.
Right, so the resolutions basically direct the school board association what to lobby in that respect. So they're not actually making the change, they're going out and talking to the people, the stakeholders.
Okay, all right, so transition update. I have a short one and then John's going to give one. I just want to say, and I'm going to publicly thank my husband and my son and Carrie. We picked up a conference table that was given to us for free for our new SAU conference room yesterday. So that is moved into the modular. We did hire we just approved the student services director. The bookkeeper position, John's going to be posting that soon. And we're also looking at, he's got some things going on, looking at different sign companies for the 2 areas we're looking at for the signs for the SAU, one for on the physical building, that we thought we might need something out closer to the road so that people would come up by the police station driveway to go there.
Are we gonna have any reserved parking or anything for SAU business, like, as you say, signs, I thought of that, do we need a couple of those signs that say reserved for SAU visitors?
Well, I wonder, and Carrie, you know how there's the cement pad and the other modular was, can they park, can we put like lines
There
there?
were buses there, but I think
Because it's right in front of the new modular,
Yeah,
so
they can
can we
park there.
make lines there, and that's just for SMU parking? Because I don't, yeah. Right. So we can find, would you find out about this? All right, we're also gonna put this out there. If anybody, you know,
So we're
we're,
gonna have, wait, I'm sorry, we're not putting a ramp in the modular?
what was discussed was they found that, the fire chief was here and everything, that because we could meet in the building, and there was another location to meet at, you know, right next door, that, which was ramp accessible, that would be okay. That's what they said. Yeah.
Not a great object for us.
I mean, I don't know, I'm not,
I don't know why people put stairs and everybody can use them.
I know what you're saying,
Pretty much sounded wrong.
I don't know if we, you know, Carrie, if you have the funding, if you want to look at that now, because we do the surplus right now.
$9,000.
How much?
9.
Oh, we just saved more than that on the roof.
Yeah,
Well,
you know,
23.
and that's, you know, that's something, I guess that's something we can look at. Maybe you should,
When
did you
they
get a
get-
bid?
when we talk to him,
What about the ramp on the annex? Is it possible to do that? I don't know.
I think it'll fall apart.
Oh, okay.
Let's still use that. Let's still use the annex. It's full of canned goods.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him.
We definitely want to still, I don't know how it would work.
We don't need it, we don't have to have it, but. What a bad
I
idea.
mean, we have the surplus right now,
Yeah.
and if people feel strongly about it, people feel strongly about it. Okay. I think we should look into it. We do have a surplus. If we didn't have the surplus, I would say, well, we're gonna have to and meet inside to the budget for it, but we shouldn't have any.
Dare I ask, are doors compliant at this point? You know, because don't they have to be a certain width if we're gonna go down that route?
I don't. Well, maybe there's a lot of questions to it. Why don't you find out about those things? Because we definitely have that one door is going to be.
You might be out open in a month, but there's the ADA.
Okay,
But
so if it's
I'll find out.
opening, if it's opening a can of worms,
I'll find
then that's a problem. But if it's not,
It's a nice option to have, for sure. But I'll find out.
Oh, the other thing is, you know, we are looking for furniture, but we also thought we wanted to put out there in case somebody, like this company that gave us the conference room table, they were just downsizing and they gave away tons of like beautiful office chairs and things. So we wanted to put that out there if somebody works for a big company and they're downsizing and they have nice quality used furniture they want to. Yeah, we're open for it. So think of us, especially chairs, conference tables and things like that. Oh, yeah, I think John's gonna talk about the tech director. And then the other thing is, we'd like to ask the board to keep John, you know, he wants to stay on as the consultant, but from June 15th to the start, to allow him to work his regular hours. I think they're 24 hours a week or something like that, and be on site, because it would still be as a consultant. Monica will be leaving June 18th. And we just felt the business administrator is coming on board June 15th. So if we had John come on, I mean, he already has a contract, he said he doesn't want to change, then we would just, you know, it might increase his hours and what he's working now, I would think. And have him here, physically,
So that's the only. I guess I don't understand why you need a.
Well, it's probably an increase, remember we did a $5,000 match, I don't know why we increased that,
Oh,
and it also just have John here, physically here, like 3 days a week or whatever it takes.
I think it's a great idea. I don't understand why you're being asked for permission.
I just want to make sure that everyone's okay with that, John, you don't need to ask apparently, so.
I didn't mean sarcastically, I was, it never occurred to me that.
No, I didn't mean that, I mean, it's like a given, that you were.
Yeah.
You weren't.
And don't you feel like you live here already?
Yeah. All right.
I'll check
Let's- let's stop this.
All right, John, do you want to give your update on the staffing?
Yeah, I think I don't have much to add, other than what you described there. I do want to take an opportunity, though, if you don't mind, to offer some thanks in the transition work. Monica and staff, particularly Mary and Linda, yes, we were particularly helpful and accommodating. Aaron, as I think you mentioned several times, I would just like to mention it again, they've done a terrific job in terms of the turnover in software. And I know Gary has spent a good deal of time out there. And I missed the beginning of the conversation because I'm having difficulty hearing back here. But he did have a brief conversation with a gentleman who's doing the work on the modular about the possibility of a ramp. And so that has been talked about, but nothing has been done, of course, with that school. In terms of staffing, as you mentioned, we're very pleased to have Melissa McKean approved tonight. And so our staff is filling out. So we'll advertise for a bookkeeper or IT person. And after the board's conversation tonight, we'll be advertising for an additional fourth grade teacher. I do appreciate the board's support of that, and I appreciate particularly Danielle is doing quite a bit of homework and her analysis and explanation with the board tonight. And I think that our students and teachers and parents are going to be very pleased to learn that the fourth grade teacher, additional fourth grade teacher is going to add. So that's all I really have to add. Nothing significant from the last time in terms of the work that's being done. Furniture is still looking at a sign as they mentioned. But do you have any questions?
John, were we also going to possibly suggest a stipend or a, for Danielle?
Yes. Yes, I didn't know this was the appropriate time, but I think since I'm on board, at least on a part-time basis now, our financial person has begun to work, and she has met with Aaron. Danielle, in the last 2 weeks, around an analysis of the schedule and working with teachers, has spent about 10 hours, and I presume she'll spend some more time. So I'd like to recommend that the board consider adding Danielle as a consultant for this interim period at an hourly rate and a maximum on that. I don't think that she will need a whole lot of time. In my experience, she works really quickly, so assuming that will continue. But it seems as though it would be fair and a great thing to do to compensate Danielle for the time that's been worked.
Thank you. That's right, I think we discussed the same rate with John, which is $50 an hour and maximum like $1,000 or something like that. For the remaining from now until she comes on board. Is that okay for people? People feel good about that? And you want to discuss it? Want to talk about this in the
I'll go along with what you said. This has come off the oxygen from my brain, so I'm really easy going right now.
Okay.
You know, I think we want her to be involved and we want her guidance.
Yeah.
One thing that she mentioned that, as the board knows, one thing that she mentioned was possibly being involved at placement team meetings. And some of our teachers have asked for that sort of support, so I'd like to support that and really be fair to her in doing this kind of work at this time.
Would 20 hours, be enough?
I think that's
Is that the
reasonable.
consensus?
Well, yes, it's tough to say. I would say no more than, 20 might be shy because she's done 10 already. She's here all day on Friday. That's kind of
Right.
So we're not backdating.
No, no, but I mean, the kind of pace that she's been keeping, so I'm saying, I don't think the 30 hours would be sufficient, and we'd ask her to be frugal.
I move that we accept, that we agree to hire Danielle as a consultant for up to 30 hours at $50 an hour for the purpose of transition.
Great, thank you.
Okay, discussion?
I'll amend it to say Danielle Harding.
Okay, Danielle, okay, all right, and do we need to do the whole contract? We'll talk to Jim.
Yeah, do you want me to contact Jim?
Yeah.
It doesn't, it seems as though you've already gotten the framework, so.
Yeah, so just to use the
We
same
can do
word
it.
as we.
Okay, I'll talk to
Okay.
Jim.
All right, Liz,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Erica,
Yes,
Carrie,
Yes.
and Debbie, yes. All right,
Thank you very much.
good. Thank you, John.
Great, thanks.
So I just want to say this again, people heard this, that we did agree to hire another fourth grade teacher. All right, okay, the other thing is the co-brown tuition contract. I would like to have our attorneys take a look at it. I don't think we've ever done that. And I have found that, we've had some contract issues, and I'd like for them to look at it. And then we could talk about some other things, things like maybe getting some information, a yearly report on how the IDEA money that goes to co-brown is being used, things that we're still trying to hear about. So, is everybody okay with that? I don't feel comfortable signing it without the attorney might.
no, we had, just as I was coming on the board, or maybe one of the last meetings before I came on the board, this came up. And it was just too late to talk about anything about renegotiating. You know, and this is, I like Co-Brown, I'm very grateful that my kids could go to Co-Brown, and I 100% support that it is not the right match for some kids. So how we go about in the next contract, looking at those sorts of things.
We tried to reword that once, and
There's gotta be a way,
There's
because
a-
it's not, most of the other things do.
yes, so we need to look at that language, and I just want, yeah, more information about how the federal money is being spent.
Well,
Because
this is what, how they make their decisions around a whole lot of things, you know, so, yeah.
So, I mean, you can think of, if you can think of other things that you would like, you know, me to, when we pass the contract on to the attorney to take a look at, and see if he sees anything that he doesn't feel comfortable with. Like you
Are
said,
these public records?
the contracts are public, oh, yeah, I
So
made
we
copies
could
of
get
it.
a copy of, and my geographical ignorance is out there, but whoever sends to Pinkerton, Pembroke, whatever. Like, the other one that's like, go down, I can never remember. Like, what other towns with their contracts with Pinkerton looks like?
Can we get the copy of Pinkerton and Pembroke, just to try to get that for us?
When you say contracts, are you talking about all of the districts that send to them?
Yes.
You will probably have to get that from those school systems about the Pinkerton, I don't know how a right to know law applies to a private school.
I think they're certified, I don't think.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy to do some calling around.
Yeah, if you want to do it,
To
fine.
feed your schools,
Yes.
just to.
If you want to get sample policies, and then we can look at some things, I think now is the time.
I'm not trying to get, I want to get on the record, I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that we not work with Co-Brown or that we're trying to get out of anything. I'm not suggesting anything like that. I'm just curious how other towns are structuring it.
Right. And again, we love program, everything is great, but I think this contract hasn't been looked at by one of our attorneys in many, many,
Many, many
many,
years.
many years. And I think looking at some of our other contracts, it's time to get
I think
our lawyers
100%.
looking at our
Agree.
contracts. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, all right, so we're gonna. We'll do that, so you're gonna do that work, Erica?
sure.
Yeah.
That's on us, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
You good for us?
Can we go to other meetings? All right. Okay. So June 9th, we have a meeting,
Even before that, Debbie, I'm sorry to interrupt, there's the emergency meeting tomorrow night at the joint board.
Right, okay, so tomorrow.
Special call.
Especially, I'm sorry, I should say emergency, especially called, sorry. Okay.
Okay, so we have a joint board meeting, and I see wanted to definitely ask Eric and Liz to go, Carrie, would like to go, because she needs to have a floor.
And I can't, unless something changes. I told her that was the one day she put out there.
What's your vote?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay, okay, so we have that, then we have June 9th, regular board meeting, June 14th. That time is going to change, I believe, to 7:30. Because, I think it's going to change to 7:30 and be a Zoom meeting, because, Nottingham has their graduation that night.
So it's not gonna move, because the email is about moving it.
But then she sort of had conversations, and they're trying to figure out, everybody's got something, so then they thought, let's just keep it then and do it later.
What day of the week is that on? 'Cause I know there was a Monday, okay.
I'm not positive, that was the news update. So
Okay,
she hasn't sent it
I
out.
saw there were options
Yeah.
for that.
Then June 23rd is our second regular board meeting in June. Okay, other,
When we, June 23rd. 2 years ago, when we were still meeting in person, and maybe I feel like we had said we wanted to remember in the future not to have our last meeting be so close to the end of closing the books, that we wanted to move our last meeting a little bit earlier, but now I can't remember because it was 2 years ago. I
well,
just remember us saying, let's make a note of,
so what we need probably for June 9th, and not even going to the end, is that's the meeting, that if there's something, Monica, here, Monica, John, whoever to talk to, that's the meeting where if there's something really important, not more of a wish but a need, that we can spend at our surplus, we can't exchange those, that would be brought to us.
that was it, because we couldn't get a contract together in time. There's something we wanted to do, we couldn't get the contract together in time.
Right.
Because we were meeting on the 25th or something like that, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I'm happy to research, but we want me to research, but I really feel like that type of request should come from John.
Okay, all
Because
right.
you're looking into your new year.
Okay, I'll talk to John, and he can take care of that. I mean, we've been spending a lot of it, if we're gonna do the ramp, if we're gonna do this, we've been, sort of, we have been spending money.
Drunken sailors.
What was that?
Drunken sailor, something?
Jumping, that's what I said.
That's right.
You're right, you're right. All right, so the other, anybody else?
I got some number other. I want to know what the board thinks about saying the pledge of allegiance before it begins.
Great idea. Such a great idea. How do people feel?
I don't feel strongly one way or the other.
I agree. Personally, I support my country in my own way. I don't feel really strongly one way or the other.
We vote.
All right, make a motion.
Make a motion that future regular school board meetings, we do the pledge of allegiance before.
I'll second. Any other discussion?
Is there a particular reason this is coming up now, or something
I was
behind, is there something
researching-
more behind it, I guess?
No, there really isn't. I was researching other school boards in Illinois, actually, and everything else out, and I thought, wow, what? There's no.
Do you think it's a conflict for school board meetings? Because I watch school boards. Yeah, I watch school boards sometimes, other towns meetings for different reasons, and many other schools, it's not unusual.
Right.
All right, okay, Liz?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Okay, Erica?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Debbie? Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome, thank you. Any other?
Yes, I had in our COVID policy, I was unclear about something today. The sentence, it says, all students and essential visitors over the age of 2 years will wear masks when inside the school building and outdoors on school premises, when 6 feet of physical distance cannot be maintained. I've been under the impression that 6 feet of physical distancing also apply in school for all adults and essential visitors over the age of 2. I was told that was not the case, so I would like clarification on that, or actually, I would like to make a motion to make it be the case that when physical distancing is to be maintained, masks can remain optional. So, do you want an official motion? I move that we make masks optional in the policy for all adults and essential visitors above age of 2 in the building when physical distancing of 6 feet can be maintained.
Discussion? What do you, wait. So you're saying that anybody,
Adults and essential visitors above the age of school, this is only directly related to the policy. This policy does not apply to staff, it does not apply to children. This
So
is-
visitors do not have to wear masks, but all the staff and students would?
According to this, yes,
so it's just visitors?
all adults and essential visitors.
All
above the age-
adults are teachers.
There is a separate line for staff in there.
We don't have visitors visiting anymore, do we?
I came to a committee meeting today, and I had to wear a mask.
Right. I know whenever I come into school,
Yeah.
I have to. Which policy is this?
This is our written,
Is the procedure in this student agreement.
this is what we have as a written policy for COVID guidelines. And I'm making the move, I'm making the motion for clarification on it because it was not very clear.
No, it's not clear.
My understanding of it was that it applied to people indoors and outdoors when physical distancing cannot be maintained. And I was told that was not the case. I was told it was outdoors when physical distancing cannot be maintained.
Did you read, what's the heading?
I think that was developed when the tagline, when 6 feet of distance can't be maintained, was on everything. And there was no way to maintain 6 feet of
The
distance.
practice all year has been, if you're inside the building,
Yeah.
you're wearing a mask, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a
Yeah.
visitor,
I'm
unless
not-
you're under the age.
Also, this is wrong, yeah, because the CDC changed it to 5 years old, right? And 5-year-old kids and younger can have one.
The childcare rule has always been, that's why we don't require the preschoolers, once they get to class, the preschoolers.
But this
Can
says
be
they're
unmasked.
2 now. I thought, that's not.
Yeah, I've always heard too.
Yeah, it says to, I remember you saying it changed to 5.
Well, it didn't change. CDC never changed that. The state guidance for up to age 5 in a classroom setting was that it would be safe for them to take off their masks. So the preschool classrooms, we have not enforced children wearing masks. They still have to wear it on the bus, because the bus, if they ride the bus company requires it.
I don't know that it's a good precedent to say that visitors don't have to do things that staff and students do. I think that's a concern to the meta message around that isn't very good.
I mean, I think Eric made the motion the last week that anyone who was 6 feet apart and maintained the distance could have mask option. This is just specifically talking about visitors.
But I was told that distancing cannot be maintained in classrooms, so.
And that is understandable. right?
Yeah, that's kind of,
Regards-
I'm just
And in hallways when they're busy.
Yep.
And in board meetings, if we want to hear each other. Right, I mean, you guys are, but you and Monica are,
Right.
and certainly none of the rest of us are.
The CDC has changed their guidelines on recommended, they basically removed the mask mandate for vaccinated individuals. And, all year long, we've been saying how we've been following the CDC guidelines. Now that the CDC guidelines and the DHHS guidelines don't match, now we don't follow the CDC.
I would say personally, I agree with everyone having the option. Students, children, the staff, everyone who wants to, if they can maintain the distance inside, but to just specify the visitors doesn't seem right.
Okay, then I will, then I'll make it for anybody if distancing can be maintained.
That's like I said, with Hampshire, Walmart, all these, you can't pinpoint anymore where somebody got sick, where it came from. You can't blame the school.
But,
You know,
well,
we're
I-
probably the safest place in the area.
Okay, what if, here's the thing, what if the teacher's in a room after school, there's nobody in there, can't you take your mask off? I know that, I don't think
Yeah,
you're
but we need-
allowed to,
we need
'cause
some common
like, if
sense.
I come in and I'm the only one in this room, I feel like I'm supposed to be wearing my mask, you know what I mean? Because it says everybody's gotta wear a mask. So I think some of what he's saying, I mean, when it's really very blatant and you're alone or you really are distant and you're able to make that decision.
That's the gist of what I'm getting at. I understand fully that in a classroom setting, it's not reasonable because of distancing. I fully understand that. I know you're willing to say that it's not reasonable in 90% of the situation, but there are times when it should be optional, or there are times when it could be optional. If we approve it.
Are you specifically talking about visitors? Or
I-
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding this.
Okay, I was just reading from the written policy.
No, but what is your intention?
My intention is that when people are able to make a decision for themselves and can be with further than 6 feet apart from others, they should be allowed to take their mask off for their own choice,
You're
for their
talking
own
about
choice.
adults.
Adults. I would even say anybody.
The problem is when you come into a school and you come in and you're waiting in a hallway, there are children coming through to get on the bus or to be dismissed. Are you going to judge that you're 6 feet away? I mean, have you been in a hallway with kids coming down? It's different.
I don't know how to make a rule without a ton of exceptions, because I agree, a teacher were alone in the classroom. And, you know, so, but I don't know how to structure something, because I don't know that this is the time, and I'm saying this very respectfully, to say it's up to somebody's judgment, because I think that's way too nebulous, and we've gotten in trouble with that before, that we leave it up to discretion, so I do feel like something needs to be, some framework for it. I don't know how to say that without being super laborious, like, if you have more than 5 people, everybody in the room, I mean, you know, we've invested in the, what you would call it, here and everything, I mean.
And people been vaccinated. I mean,
Not everybody, and I understand.
yeah, but I think in this building, way over 50%, I think.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
that, but you know.
And I'm not saying
everybody
that
in
everybody
there.
did that.
So,
I just think it's one of the safest places right now in the area.
I'm sure, and the CDC is saying that because we're masking and maintaining distance.
I just think at this point of the year too, when we have like 20, less than 20, fewer than 20 days left, that we should just respect the thing the way it is right now.
Well, or could, okay, and I was also thinking that maybe we could make it just more flexible the masking situation right now, especially for the adults, because the children really are always together. I mean, I don't think they're in a room by themselves. I don't
They
think.
shouldn't be.
You know what I mean? I mean, maybe if they go into the bathroom, they can take their mask off if they need to breathe. I know my grandson does that during gym, he can't breathe, he runs into the bathroom. So, you know, be more flexible, let people use their judgment as far as being either, you know, definitely distanced from any other person. But I don't think people should be, like, you know, it's getting very hot. So if somebody is in, a teacher's alone, maybe there's two people in the building, in a classroom, one person's on the one end correcting papers, the other one's doing something else. To me, they should be able to take their mask off.
And this gym is not air conditioned. This is,
This is why gyms
Yeah.
should be outside without masks. This is-
Right.
this is all.
How about before and after school hours? That would open up, that would allow control. Open up options.
I think we just need to do I think we should just be more flexible with adults using their own judgment in the building. And that everybody knows.
In
that
the
there's-
presence of children.
No, not in the presence of children. Thank you for clarifying that. So adults using their own judgment in this building, not in front of children. And if they want to take their masks off, I mean, it would be nice if the kids could do it, but there's no way they're going to maintain 6 feet of distance. I wish they could. But if we're sticking to that inside, it's not going to happen. What do people think? Do you want to keep going with the motion you have? or-
No, that sounds like a fair compromise. That sounds good.
So do we need a motion, or are we just going to give the guidance to the superintendent that we're allowing any adult in the building to have more flexibility in using their own judgment as long as they are not with children?
So during the school day, if they're not with kids.
Yeah, if they're alone, the kids are outside for recess and they want to take up their mask and can breathe.
step in the right direction.
So I think it's sort of giving some flexibility. It's getting. Do we
Yeah.
need to, are we dropping the motion? that you made?
If, it sounds like if, don't need motion, Mark. I'll drop the motion.
If the board has consensus, then I don't think.
All right, so we have consensus. Okay. All righty. Thank you. So we dropped the motion for consensus. Amelia. All right. So we do have another non-public. Public comments. I'm sorry, public comment.
Hello, everyone. Earlier this week, probably just yesterday, I prepared a list of staff for the summer literacy and literacy program, and I believe it may have been forwarded to the Dr. Henson to give to you. I just wanted to have you take a look at my staffing list with, how much the hourly wages and all this, so that I can get started hiring and organizing for the groups.
We haven't seen that yet.
You haven't seen it, so if there's anything else that you need, if you have questions about it, I'm here.
When do you need it? Do you want approval for the list? Is that what you
Usually, I think we do a nomination for the summer hire. I also think gave some stipend forms for camp convention instructors that probably haven't made it to you yet. But the summer school, I kind of want to start working on group A's and maybe working with a bus company, the those students who might need bus transportation, if we can accommodate that. So, I'm working on things, so just wanted to just make sure you had a chance to look those over and maybe approve those.
So if we wait till our next meeting on June 9th, is that too late? Because we haven't seen them.
You haven't seen it yet, okay. It probably isn't there's just one person on that list who might take another job, and I wouldn't want to lose that person. So, as soon as you can, would be great. Thank you.
Can I think we need a nomination for our students every year in order to pay the staff. So we approve the program, but I think somebody would need to bring a nomination for staff.
Hi, Cindy Debbie. I'm just curious, about a month or so ago, we talked about building a pavilion to provide shade outside. Where are we going with that? Is it in the works or?
It's,
Is that what you provide?
It's
Even more so than the map, is that what
I
you-
thought we were maybe able to use ESSER for it.
yeah, because why?
Yeah.
But it doubled the price of the lumber.
Oh, that is true.
I-
Oh my
I had a
goodness.
problem
Pressure
with one
treated wood right now, lumber is so high.
It went from 13,000 to.
Because we are working with the new shade whatsoever.
I know, that's really.
And you have requested that maybe we go up there more,
Yeah.
you know, so, but
No,
when the sun is out, you know, we have a lot of sunburn kids today.
Yeah.
So just
I'm all for
wondering where
it.
we're at on that.
yeah, no, you're right.
There's another option. I had some brochures for some, shade type features for outdoors, and I could share those with Carrie.
Like those triangle pieces, like almost like a sail.
Yeah. the
Anything we do, 'cause right now, the kids are, we're out there
We
for
should get
over
those.
30 minutes. And it's their sunburn.
I can share that with Barry as a facilities committee.
Yeah, that should be released. Like, for the order.
I don't know, I have to push it because I don't know.
No sense. All right, email me, Eric.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to you.
That's good, Grant. I just want to say thank you to everybody that was involved in that first step, because the decision was made, but the fourth grade position, I'm very glad to hear that that got approved. I think it's important for next year. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody.
Anybody else? Okay, we're going into non-public, I can do letters, but we're going into non-public. Tracy Payne. Anyone like to make?
I move we go into non-public at 9:00 even under RSA 91A3.
guys are doing something. I don't know. Okay. Erica, you came out of non-public. What was the time, Erica?
9:59, we came out of non-public.
Okay, while we're non-public, no votes were taken. We discussed a legal issue as well as personnel.
Move
Okay.
to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, discussion, no. Okay. Debbie, yes. Eric?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Erica? Liz, yes. Okay, we're here. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
You had the opportunity to come out.